Bowlers, your practice session has completed. Hold up on all practice bowling. Please hold up on all practice bowling. If your lane is set on the first ball, please push your reset button. Okay, bowlers, we have a specific change of procedure this morning. Please listen to your announcement. You are still responsible for writing your score on your recap sheet. If you have given your recap sheet to a parent, please get it from them and set it on your scoring monitor table. We would like them to stay on the table the entire time. We have staff members that will be picking them up each game so that we can keep our results as up to date as possible. Okay, as a courtesy to other competitors and everyone else in the building, when you move lanes, please make sure that the lane you are moving to has completed their game before you move yourself into their bowler's area. Spectators and bowlers, please do not block the entrance into any bowler's area or bowler's circle with bags, chairs, equipment, or people. Okay. There are some areas in this center where there are tables right behind your bowler circle. Those are the crucial areas where we must leave at least a foot of space so that the bowlers and the staff members and volunteers can move freely and quickly through the center. Folks, there are some green lines on the floor in this bowling center. From 53 to 64, your chairs are behind the green line. That is perfect. In the rest of the center, where there is a green line, if you are standing up against a wall or a counter, we will ask you to move. No equipment, people, chairs, or anything. That is a free walking area, so please do not stand there unless you're ordering from one of the snack bars. Parents and spectators, flash photography is not allowed during tournament competition. Once again, bowlers, please keep your recap sheets on the scoring monitor table. Write your scores down. They will be picked up and brought back to you, okay? We know you're moving. We will find you. The numbers are on the sheets. You guys ready? Parents, friends, spectators, let's give these guys a big round of applause for making it there. Bowlers, your arrows are already up on your screens and you're ready for tournament play, and everybody had a great day bowling.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to our continuing live coverage of the Junior Gold Championships presented by Ebonite Columbia 300 Track and Hammer. Getting started with our U20 Advancers round here on Bowl TV this morning. I do have 2 channels for you to watch here on Bowl TV today. We've got Channel 1, which is our boys pairs. Channel 2 will be our girls pairs for this round. And you can see up at the top above the video you're watching, there's a Channel 1 and a Channel 2 icon. You can switch between the channels right there and watch whichever one you choose. If you're on a mobile device, you can only watch Channel 1. You'll need to get on a laptop or a desktop computer to watch both channels. We're going to bowl 5 games this morning, 8 on a pair. It's going to take quite a while to bowl these 5 games.
Thank you.
And once these 5 games are concluded, we'll make another cut for the final advancers round, which will take place at 1:30 this afternoon here in Buffalo. Again, thanks for watching this morning, and once again, 2 channels, something new here on Bowl TV. You can watch Channel 1 or Channel 2. Channel 1, U20 boys. Channel 2, the U20 girls. Aaron Smith over there on Channel 2 down on the high end of the bowling center. So you can select which channel you want to watch by clicking the icons at the top of the screen. Going to be a long block, 8 on a pair for 5 games. So we're looking at probably 4.5 hours, I would guess. But these are the players who survived the first cut here at Junior Gold. 1-7 advanced after 15 games of qualifying, wrapped up last night. We've got 158 on the boys' side and 86 on the girls' side still alive in the tournament. In the U20 division, the U15 boys and girls bowled their advancers round last night. You watched it here live on Bowl TV. They'll be back at 1:30 for their final advancers round this afternoon, along with the U12 division. You're watching live coverage of the USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Ebonite, Columbia 300 Track and Hammer. I'm Lucas Wiseman. We are at AMF Airport Lanes in Cheektowaga, New York, just outside Buffalo here for the U20 Advancers round. We've got the boys here on Channel 1. Channel 2 features the girls. You can click the link above the video you're watching. You'll see icons for Channel 1 and Channel 2, and you can choose which channel you would like to watch. We got a few bowlers stringing some strikes here on our featured pairs for the boys. Again, this is the Junior Gold Championships U20 Advancers round presented by Ebonite Columbia 300, Track, and Hammer. And our thanks to the folks at Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of USBC. Watching the U20 boys, you can watch the U20 girls on channel 2. Click the link, the icon above the video here, channel 1 on the left, channel 2 on the right. You can select which channel you would like to watch. U20 girls again with Aaron Smith over on channel 2. Something a little bit new we're trying here this week at Junior Gold. Normally we just have one stream going on, but we've got a lot going on this week at Junior Gold, and so we wanted to make sure that show you all the action. You can find our live stream schedule at bowl.com/livestream. But I'll run through the rest of the schedule today for you. We are, of course, on the air here for 5 games. The Advancers round, 8 on a pair, going to take a while to bowl this round. And then we'll have the final Advancers round coming up at 1:30 this afternoon Eastern Time, and our first 2 rounds of match play this evening at 7:30. Once again, this is our U20 advancers round here at the Junior Gold Championships. We are in game number 1 of 5, about halfway through game 1. Watching the U20 boys here on Bowl TV Channel 1. Bowl TV Channel 2 is the U20 girls, and you can alternate between the two channels by clicking the icons above the video. And if you're watching on a mobile device, unfortunately you only get to watch channel 1. So if you'd like to watch channel 2, you need to get on a laptop or a desktop computer. But we're trying something a little bit new here, so let me know in the chat if you like this setup, being able to watch 2 different channels here on Bowl TV. It doubles the amount of bowling we're able to show you, because now we can show you 2 boys pairs and 2 girls pairs instead of just 1 boys pair and 1 girls pair. And it will also allow us to show the U20 and U15 divisions in the final advancers round and in match play as well. So we have 158 boys and 86 girls bowling in this advancers round in the U20 division. And the final advancers round will have 64 boys and 48 girls. So making a big cut after this round is over. So the final advancers round this afternoon at 1:30 is going to have 64 U20 boys, 48 U20 girls, 24 U15 boys, 20 U15 girls, 18 U12 boys, and 12 U12 girls. And then match play will have the top 16 in the U15 and U20 divisions, and the top 8 in the U12 divisions. Kenan McFalls with the front 7 on our feature pair. He's on the right lane, just through the 7th shot. Bowling on the 44-foot London pattern, by the way, for those wondering. And quite a few strikes out there so far. Ben Harden getting ready to step up on the far right side of your screen here. He's got a little string of strikes going. And he keeps it going. It's 4 in a row for Ben. Andrew Heritage also getting ready to bowl on lane 18 here in a moment. He's got 4 in a row as well. And you can see on the scoreboards on the top of your screen that the strikes are starting to add up pretty quickly for a lot of bowlers here in game 1.
Get out of here. Whatever. Oh my god. Please on your floor.
You're watching live coverage of the Junior Gold Championships presented by Ebonite, Columbia 300, Track, and Hammer here on Bowl TV. Got some strikes piling up here. Kenan McFalls has the front 8 for us here on the live stream pairs. So we'll keep an eye on him the next couple of times he is up. Appreciate everybody tuning in this morning bright and early here on Bowl TV. We've got 2 channels running for you. Channel 1 is the one you're watching now. That's the U20 boys. Channel 2 is the U20 girls. And click the link, the icons above the video here, Channel 1, Channel 2, to watch whichever channel you prefer. Just getting word that Tyler Green shot 300 the first game down on lane number 1. Tyler was the leader coming into today in the U20 boys division, so congratulations to Junior Team USA member Tyler Green on a 300 here in game 1 of the U20 advancers round, game 16 overall. We still have the potential for one here on our featured pairs. Kenan McFalls has the front 8, and he'll be up here in just a moment. McFalls is going to be up on the far right side of your screen in just a moment. A reminder, we've got a lot of live streaming coming up for you here on Bowl TV, and you can go to bowl.com/livestream to see the schedule. Next week we'll be in Rockford, Illinois at the BPAA Women's All-Star and the Senior U.S. Women's Open. And then mid-August, we're going to be in Hong Kong at the World Youth Championships, providing live coverage of that. So you can find the schedule, bowl.com/livestream. Kenan McFalls, you're going to see him come into your picture here on the far right side of your screen in just a moment with the front 8. There he is, trying to keep the string going, and he trips out the 4 for the front 9. Game one starting to wrap up here on Bowl TV. U20 boys division. Do have the potential for a perfect game here on Bowl TV in this opening game, as Kenny McFalls has the front nine, and it'll be a few more minutes before he steps up to bowl his 10th frame. We got some players putting up some big scores here in our opening game. And again, we do have two channels. Channel 1 is the U20 boys, Channel 2, the U20 girls, and you need to be watching on your desktop or laptop computer, and you can click Channel 1 or Channel 2 above the video you're watching. If you're watching on straight from bowl.com, you need to go to youtube.com/bowltv and watch the live streaming there. Be able to find the multi-channel live stream. And Tyler Green bowled a 300 game number 1, down on lane 1. They've already wrapped up down there on the low end. Opening game. We had 5 games in this round. It's going to take a while, 8 on a pair, but we've got an opportunity for a perfect game here on our featured pairs. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, Kenny McFalls will step up in the 10th frame with the front 9. Just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the Junior Gold Championships here on Bowl TV. We're at AMF Airport Lanes, just outside Buffalo, New York. I'm Lucas Wiseman, wrapping up our first of 5 games in the Advancers round. 1:30 p.m. this afternoon, we'll have the final Advancers round, which will be the final 5 games of qualifying into match play. And then match play begins this evening, starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Kenny McFalls is going to be stepping up here in just another 2 minutes or so, right after Jonathan Bray finishes up his 10th frame. And we'll see if we can have a perfect game here on our featured pairs. I already have had one this morning. Tyler Green holding down on lane 1, the tournament leader. So if you're just tuning in, live at the Junior Gold Championships. We're getting ready to watch to see if we'll have a perfect game here on our Bowl TV featured pairs. Kenny McFall's getting ready to step up, working on the front nine. We hope that you will tune in for more of our coverage here from the Junior Gold Championships. We're live all day today and all day tomorrow. Tomorrow will be determining our champions here at the Junior Gold Championships. You'll be able to see the championship matches for U12, U15, and U20 all here on Bowl TV. So here we go. The moment we've been waiting for the last few minutes. Kenneth McFall's front nine. Oh, and he stuffs a 9-pin. Ends the run. A great run to start this advancers round for Kenan McFalls, but a 9-pin ends the string, and they'll have to settle for a potential 279 game. So a disappointing way to finish this game for Kenan with that stuffed 9-pin, but still a great game to start off here on this 44-foot London pattern. As he will be in the 270s this game. As we wrap up game number 1 here. And he, of course, kicks the 9-pin out that time. 279, great game for Kenan McFalls to start off this advancers round. A reminder, if you're watching on your computer, you can watch Channel 1 or Channel 2 here on Bowl TV. Channel 1, you're watching now. Bowl TV 1 is U20 boys, and Bowl TV Channel 2 is the U20 girls. Ben Hart, 10th frame, trips out the 4. Trent Mitchell on the far right side is getting ready to come in. He's getting ready to bowl his 10th frame. As we wrap up the opening game here of our advancers round.
Somebody messed up. There was a kid throwing that last one. This. It's in my book bag. Where are you going? 28.
Kenny Miles has a chance to be the high on the pair this game. He can shoot 290. As he gets ready to step up here in the 10th frame to close out our opening game. See if Miles can finish this thing out here. A big finish, and there's another strike. So he's got the big string going. Started with a spare this game. Went 9 spare in the first frame, nothing but strikes since. So a great start, regardless of how it finishes here for Miles. Second shot in the 10th here from Miles. Blasts another strike. There's 10 strikes in a row for Miles. Kendall Miles, 10 strikes in a row. And he stuffs a 9-pin on the fill ball, but a great start to the tournament, to the advancers round for Kendall Miles. 289, stuffs the 9-pin on the final shot to keep him from putting 11 in a row on the board, but a couple of great games here to start the advancers round on our U20 boys pair. 279, Kenan McFalls, and a 289 from Kendall Miles. And there was a 300 game by Tyler Green in game 1. Down on the low end. So game 2 is going to start quickly here as we're moving right along on Bowl TV with our advancers round, U20 boys here on Channel 1. Channel 2, U20 girls with Aaron Smith, already a couple of two-handers on 17 and 18. That'll make Jason Belmonte happy. So a new group of bowlers coming to the featured pairs here for game 2 of 5. Once again, the final advancers round, which is the final round of qualifying for match play, will take place this afternoon, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's in about 4.5 hours or so.
I shot plus 50 last time. Not bad.
Are you?
Watching live coverage of Junior Gold Championships here, presented by Ebonite Columbia 300 Track and Hammer on Bowl TV. This is the U20 Boys Advancers round. We're on Channel 1, Channel 2, the U20 Girls Advancers round. Junior Team USA member Ronnie Fujita with a strike there, 3 in a row for him to kick off Game 2. You're watching live coverage of the Junior Gold Championships presented by Ebonite Columbia 300 Track and Hammer. We are in our second game of the U20 Boys Advancers round here on Bull TV Channel 1. We've got 158 boys bowling in this round, and the top 64 will advance after these 5 games, which will give them a 20-game total. Those 64 bowlers will bowl another 5 games this afternoon, and after 25 games, we will make the cut to the top 16 for the double elimination match play bracket. Well, if you're just tuning in, you're watching the Junior Gold Championships U20 Advancers Round Boys Division here on Bowl TV Channel 1. You can tune in to watch the girls on Bowl TV Channel 2. There should be an icon above the video you're watching that should allow you to do that.
Le voy por encima un poco. Le voy por encima. No carguen este link.
Got a couple of guys stringing strikes here in game 2, but unfortunately no shot at a 300 on the featured pairs this game. Had a 279 and a 289 game number 1 on 19 and 20.
Lucas, erase that one. Don't hear it.
So we're in the 7th frame of game 2. It's going to be a long squad here of 5 games, 8 on a pair. By far the most on a pair they've had so far in the tournament, because we've got 244 bowlers and 66 lanes here at AMF Airport. We've got 158 boys and 86 girls on the lanes here in this U20 Advancers round. But we're moving along at a pretty nice pace, and hopefully we'll remain on schedule this afternoon. 1:30 is when we're supposed to start our final Advancers round, and that will be the round that determines our match play bracket finalists. The top 16 in the U15 and U20 divisions and the top 8 in the U12 divisions will advance into the double elimination match play bracket. Eighth frame of game 2. So we're moving right along here at the Junior Gold Championships. Once again, the top 64 boys are going to advance out of this round, so we're going to cut from 158 down to 64 after this 5-game block. Well, we're almost into the 10th frame here of Game 2 in our U20 Boys Advancers round on Bowl TV Channel 1. I'm Lucas Wiseman. We're at AMF Airport Lanes in suburban Buffalo. We've got 3 more games to go after this one wraps up. Arnold with a big string of strikes. 8 in a row for him. Strike open 8-bagger. He is on lane 17. He'll be up again in a moment for his second shot in the 10th. Josh Powell, the double-hander here on lane 18, can shoot 249 if he strikes out. Leaves the 9-pin on that shot, so 239 will be his max score. So a couple of big games from the bowlers in the top position on 17 and 18. Another strike. Elliott finishes with 266 that open in the second frame. Just wrapping up game 2 of 5. Still got a ways to go here in our U20 Advancers round. Good games on our featured pairs again on this 44-foot London pattern. And a 260, a 239, a 257, 222, a 233. So lots of big scores out there here on our featured pairs in game number 2.
No, it had good reaction.
Got a new group of bowlers coming in here in just a couple of minutes for game 3 on the featured pairs.
Just hold on. That's 6.
Look at this.
You're watching the Junior Gold Championships presented by Ebonite, Columbia 300, Track and Hammer, the U20 Advancers round here at Junior Gold in game number 3 of 5. Got some of the bowlers who were near the top of the standings coming into today on our featured pairs. Michael Tang, Wesley Love, Michael Coffey, Jake Rollins. They were 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th coming into this round. And then over on 19 and 20, we've got a group of bowlers who were looks like 13, 14, 15, and 16. Goodman, Devlin, Zager, and James. Michael Coffey in the third frame, brings a 10. Just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the Junior Gold Championships U20 Advancers round here on Bowl TV. Boys here on Bowl TV Channel 1, and over on Channel 2, the U20 girls. And if you would like to watch the girls, just click the Channel 2 icon above the video. That's assuming you're watching on our YouTube channel. If you're watching on a mobile device, an iPad, an iPhone, Android, you won't have that option to watch Channel 2, but if you go to facebook.com/USBC, updated the status we posted this morning to include the link to both streams directly, so you'll be able to watch both streams right there from those links if you're on an iPhone or an iPad or any other mobile device that prevents you from seeing the two channels within the stream. We do have a lot of live streaming events coming up in the coming weeks. We'll be live from Rockford, Illinois next week. BPAA Women's All-Star and the Senior U.S. Women's Open. And then a couple of weeks after that, Matt Cannizzaro and I will be in Hong Kong, where we will be covering the World Youth Championships. Team USA, one of about 40 plus countries that will be represented at the World Youth Championships next month. Wesley Lowe, defending U20 Boys champion. strike in the fourth. Just to recap for you guys what's going on here this morning at Junior Gold. This is the U20 Advancers round. We've got 158 boys and 86 girls bowling in this round. We'll cut to the top 64 boys and 48 girls for the final Advancers round this afternoon. And then after that, we will cut to the top 16 for the double elimination match play bracket. You have to remember there are a couple of spots on Junior Team USA that are going to be given away today because they are finalized after 25 games of qualifying. The top two boys and the top two girls in the U20 division after 25 games earn automatic spots on Junior Team USA. Then the winner and the runner-up in the bracket in the U20 division also earn automatic spots on Junior Team USA, and if one of those players already earned a spot, that'll become a selection. Selection committee will select a minimum of 2 boys and 2 girls from the match play field here this week. Bowlers from the U15 division are eligible for selection. By the way, for those of you who are on an iPhone or an iPad and you want to watch the girls' coverage on Channel 2, I did update our status on Facebook, facebook.com/USBC, with a direct link to both streams, the boys and the girls stream. So if you go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/USBC, there is now a direct link to both the boys and the girls streams. So hopefully that works for you guys and you're able to watch Channel 2 if you're on a mobile device. Appreciate your patience with us on that. This is the first time we've done a live stream with 2 channels. And so hopefully you guys could get that figured out. We're still learning how the functionality works, just like you guys are. So thanks for bearing with us on that. keeping an eye on channel 2 where got a front 8 going on over there. Caitlin Ref with the front 8 on channel 2 right now. So we'll keep you posted on that. A lot of strikes starting to come here on the featured pairs again. We've had good scores this morning on the featured pairs. Looks like that is continuing here. Of course, we also have half the bowlers on our featured pairs were near the top of the standings coming into today. You're watching live coverage of the Junior Gold Championships presented by Ebonite Columbia 300. Track and Hammer here on Bowl TV. We are live at Airport Lanes in suburban Buffalo. I'm Lucas Wiseman, and you're watching Bowl TV channel number 1. U20 boys advancers round, finishing up game number 3. Over on Bowl TV Channel 2, we've got the U20 girls advancers round. And 10th frame on 17 and 18, still in the 8th over on 19 and 20. We're going to cut from 158 boys in this round down to 64. And They will come back at 1:30 this afternoon for 5 final games before we cut to match play. U20 girls right now, 86 of them on the lanes. They're going to cut to 48 for the final advancers round. We've got a lot of live streams coming up for you here on Bowl TV. Go to bowl.com/livestream to see our schedule of events. Looks like the girls just wrapped up game 3 down there on Channel 2. And at 279 that game. On the featured pair. Finishing up game number 3 here in our U20 advancers round. Got 2 more games to go. Defending champion Wesley Lowe with a double. He can max out at 248 this game. Well, Wesley Lowe, our defending champion, a 245 game. Be sure to follow Wesley on Twitter at Wesley Lowe. He wanted a shout out for his Twitter account, so there you go, Wesley. If you like two-handed lefties, be sure to follow Wesley at Wesley Lowe on Twitter. If you want to follow any of the Junior Team USA members, actually, you can go to bull.com/Junior Team USA and click on the team members page, and all of their Twitter handles are on their bios, so you can follow any of them on Twitter if you choose to. Tenth frame on 19 and 20. Winding down game 3 here. And should be starting game 4 in just a few minutes. Just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the Junior Gold Championships presented by Ebonite, Columbia 300, Track and Hammer. We're in the 10th frame of game 3. Yeah, we should be starting game 4 in just a minute here on 17 and 18. Tyler Green coming on to the featured pairs here. So we've got our top 4 on lane 17. There's Tyler shooting the the baby split with an open frame. Tyler Green, Michael Preston, Parker Brooks, and Kyle Sherman. Top 4 coming into today are on our featured pairs now for game number 4. Coming up a little bit later on today, scheduled for 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, is the final advancers round, and that will close out the 25 games of qualifying heading into match play. And our first 2 rounds of match play are this evening, starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, we'll clarify that we are scheduled to start at 1:30 with the final advancers round. However, it could be a little bit after that, depending on what time we finish with this round. 8 on a pair. Takes a while to bowl 5 games here this morning, so it's likely we might be 15 minutes or so behind schedule. It takes about 70 minutes for them to run the lanes because they've got to re-oil before the next round, so that'll take, again, about 70 minutes. So depending on how quickly they're able to get on the lanes and start oiling, maybe it's not, down on the girls' side they're finishing a little quicker, maybe able to get a jump start on the oiling, but probably looking at least an hour and 10 minutes after they finish bowling before we get started with the final advancers round. Kyle Sherman, the green shirt, with a 10-pin. Junior Gold Championships presented again this year by Ebonite, Columbia 300, Track, and Hammer. Our thanks to the Brands of Ebonite International for their sponsorship of the Junior Gold Championships. We're in game 4 of 5 in our U20 Boys Advancers round here on Bowl TV, Channel 1. Over on Channel 2, Aaron Smith has coverage of the U20 girls. We're in game 4 of 5. A little more than a game and a half to go here in our U20 advancers round. We've got 158 boys on the floor right now. Only 64 will advance to the next round. So another big cut in this round here at Junior Gold. Once again, we're going to make a cut after this block of 5 games to the top 64 boys in the U20 division and the top 48 girls in the U20 division, and they'll come back at 1:30 to bowl 5 final games of qualifying. There's Tyler Green, Junior Team USA member, 3 in a row, bowled 300 earlier today. All 6 divisions are going to be bowling at 1:30. We'll have live coverage for you of the U15 and U20 divisions here on Bowl TV. Junior Gold Championships presented by Ebonite, Columbia 300, Track and Hammer again this year. Our thanks to them. So presenting sponsors again of this great event. Also thanks to Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of USBC events. We are in the 8th frame, finishing up the 8th frame on 17 and 18 here in game 4, and in the 7th frame on 19 and 20. One more game to go after this one, then there'll be a short re-oil break, and we'll get started with our final advancers round. Got quite a few strikes going on 17 with Tyler Green and Mikey Preston. Remember, the top 2 boys and top 2 girls after 25 games of qualifying in the U20 division earn automatic spots on Junior Team USA for 2015. Then the winner and the runner-up in the bracket of the U20 division also earn automatic spots, and if one of them is in the top 2 in qualifying, then that'll go to a selection. Selection committee will pick at least 2 boys, 2 girls to join Junior Team USA 2015. They can pick from the U20 or the U15 division. So we'll know 4 members of Junior Team USA here this afternoon, and we'll know the rest tomorrow afternoon. Looks like Tyler Green can step up and strike out for 258 this game. He leaves a 4-pin. Tyler Green finishes with 237. Again, he bowled 300 earlier today and is the tournament leader coming into this round. And I would imagine that he's probably still right there at the lead, though I haven't seen the updated standings.
Seth, meet me at your window.
Did just get some updated standings in the men's division, or the boys division, I should say. Tyler Green in the lead by a pretty hefty margin, about 150 pins or so. And that 237 certainly will not hurt that at all. Michael Preston, second place. Andrew Herbert in third. Kyle Sherman in fourth, and Wesley Lowe in fifth. So if you want to see the standings with 2 games to go in this round, you can go to bowl.com/juniorgold. And the link is the U20 Division Advancers round. It is the round that we are in right now. The girls' side, Shelby Durr leads over Shanoa Rhodes by just a couple of pins. Caitlin Simpson in third, Melanie Hannon in fourth, and Emily Strombeck in fifth. And if you're trying to call that up, make sure you hit refresh to get the update. If you have opened that PDF previously, it may give you the old information, so make sure you push refresh. And if that doesn't work, try to copy the link and use another browser to open it up.
It's okay.
All right, we're in our final game on 17 and 18, Cameron Doyle among the bowlers on the featured pairs.
She had it. Just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the Junior Gold Championships presented by Ebonite, Columbia 300, Track and Hammer. Our final game of this advancers round in progress now. The final advancers round, the last 5 games of qualifying, set to begin at approximately 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time today. Should be relatively close to that time for the start of the final round of match, or the final round leading into match play.
I was surprised it was active.
Got about 8 frames to go here in our advancers round. You can find the standings after 3 games today at bowl.com/juniorgold and click on the results page. We'll be looking for the U20 division advancers round. And you'll see the links for the boys and the girls results, which are both updated after 3 games today. Cameron Doyle with double. It's again the final advancers round. U15s and U20s coming up at 1:30 this afternoon. It's supposed to start in about an hour and 40 minutes.
our practice. Me and Ryan were talking. I kind of bumped my eyes over on my own. I had it down there too. Bumped my eyes out to 6. What'd you have last night? What's one shot I do at a flat count on a double? I'm pretty sure it's my finger.
We're in our final game here, U20 Advancers round, boys division wrapping up here. We'll have a re-oil and then get started with the final Advancers round at around 1:30 this afternoon. Got a lot of bowlers battling to stay in the top 64 so they advance to the next round.
He didn't realize it was
Front five for Bradley Krause to start this game. And just a few frames to go here. You can find the standings at bowl.com/juniorgold, updated after 3 games today. If you'd like to check those out, go to bowl.com/juniorgold, click on the results page.
Got 4 frames to go here in our U20 Boys Advancers round. Moving along. Going to be making a big cut after this round from 158 boys down to 64. And we will have continuing live coverage coming up this afternoon at around 1:30, maybe a little bit after that. They do need to do a re-oil after this squad ends, and that should take around an hour or so, maybe a little bit longer. Front 7 from Bradley Krause now to start this final game.
Where was that going?
Just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the Junior Gold Championships presented by Ebonite, Columbia 300 Track and Hammer. We're at AMF Airport Lanes in suburban Buffalo. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Thanks for joining us. This is our final game, only about 3 frames to go or so, and then we will take a short break for a re-oil and back on the lanes at 1:30 Eastern Time with the final advancers round.
Bradley. I'll take the hits for you. No, I don't feel like doing like I did yesterday. Hey Brad, I'm sliding like 47, getting it past the arrows. Medium. Looking at the 610.
Casey Bennett with a strike on the left side of your screen. Kyle Cook stepping up on lane 19 right now, working on a double. Flat 10 for him. Lane Sant up on lane 18 here. Working on a spare with the strike on the board. Michael Steele going to be up in just a moment on the far right side of your screen. Bowler from Abilene, Texas. There's Michael. Delivers a strike in the 8th. As both pairs now in the 8th frame of this final game of the U20 Advancers round. And a string of 7 consecutive strikes for Bradley Krause to start game 5 comes to a close with a 10-pin. And it looks like results are updated after game 4. Tyler Green still in the lead on the guy's side. Michael Preston 2nd place. Ben Polardi in 3rd. Kyle Sherman 4th. And defending champion Wesley Lowe in 5th place. 64th place coming into this game is a 199.32 average. That is Kevin Bianco and Kyle Kessler. The girls' side, Shelby Durr leading. Shanoa Rhodes in 2nd, Melanie Hannon 3rd, Caitlin Simpson in 4th, and Elizabeth Culkin in 5th place. You can find the results at bowl.com/juniorgold. Click on the results page. We are currently in the advancers round.
Channel 2 now off the air as the girls have finished up their 5th game. But we'll be back on the air with both channels coming up in a little over an hour with the final advancers round. Casey Bennett through the face leaves the baby split. Got 2 frames to go here in our advancers round. And again, we're cutting from 158 down to 64 in the boys division. Here's Michael Steele again in the 9th frame.
If it was a grind, I would be fucking perfect right now. I would be on short.
Next round scheduled to start in a little over an hour, and hopefully we'll be somewhat close to that. Scheduled to start at 1:30. Just about done here with our U20 advancers round. Cameron Doyle, 216. Going to be a high game on that pair. Bradley Krause with 246 on the other pair. He'll have the high game over there. As we have just a few bowlers to finish up here with game 5. And then once again, re-oil break coming up to get geared up for the final advancers round, U15 and U20. Along with the U12s all on the lanes at the same time, we'll be showing you U15 and U20s. Boys on one channel, girls on another. Couple more shots to go to wrap up our advancers round. Once again, the final advancers round scheduled to start in about an hour. Maybe a little later than that. We'll just have to wait and see. And here's our final shot. Kyle Cook going to close it out for us here to wrap up the advancers round here at Junior Gold. So thanks for tuning in. We'll be back on the air once they get started with practice here. So stand by and we'll update the countdown once we have a time that we feel comfortable with posting. Be sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, facebook.com/USBC, twitter.com/USBC. We'll be sure to post a link to the live streaming once we get started. That's all for now. We'll see you back here in about an hour or so.
Did you turn it in?